Ah, we're back. Time for another stream. How's everybody doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hi, Nikori. Good to see you here. Welcome back. Yeah, we got some people coming in. It's awesome. So yeah, it's time for another stream. Last time, I don't really know where we ended. I was working on this shot, but I don't know how far I pushed it. But I did some minor stuff in the meantime. Oh no, I remember now. So last time we kind of ended up before I did any post-processing. So most of the stuff that you see here is like final tweaks and some post-processing. So you can kind of see what it looks like without the camera. And then if I turn on the camera again, you can kind of see the difference. So the colors are a little bit more muted. The angle is also wider as well. So yeah, did some changes there. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do today is we're gonna see if we can work on like a secondary scene and maybe do some finishing touches on this one too. Because there are certain sections, like these meshes, which are like really, really rough. And I would really like to make them look real nice. So that's probably what we're gonna do as well. Oh, I just noticed. Interesting. So that's AO. That's really strong AO. Because that one is placed by hand compared to the other ones. Sorry, we're gonna get sidetracked immediately. Hi, Double Snup. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Piotr. How are you all doing? Happy to have you all here. So I kind of want to see. Where would I do that? Let's go into the landscape layers. I basically want to see. So cast dynamic shadow. So this is interesting, right? Because I think if I'm correct, where the shadows are coming from. I don't know if we can even visualize this. It's from lumen, right? So lumen. Doesn't really show. The lighting. Thing only. Does this have... Ooh... Mesh distance field. Yeah, so that's where the shadow is coming from. Because it has mesh distance fields attached to it. And the other ones that I'm scattering procedurally, they don't. So that's where the difference in the shadowing comes from. And that's why I was looking in the landscape grass type, which I'm using to scatter all these meshes. I'm kind of trying to see if I can enable mesh distance fields, but it seems like there's no option to do that here. Yeah, so that's interesting. Let's go back. Because it is a difference. Piotr saying, I like the mud textures. Yeah, I like them too. Thank you so much. Add in some extra AO. Yeah, but that's a huge difference though. need to investigate that further a little bit. Not now. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we kind of know that this shot is in like a very good state. So I wanna explore some different shots. So I'm also kind of thinking about the storytelling too, right? Because I kind of want to make it a series, and I'm thinking about it in a way where I'm the traveler in this series, right? So we're basically following along my path, let's say. So, and this is the entrance to like a town, right? Which makes sense. So we're kind of arriving at a place. So I'm thinking it would be interesting to do one of just like forest, you know, like a little bit further back. Maybe like a little campsite or something like that. Then the arrival to the town itself. And then entering into the town and looking for the local inn to stay for the night. Something like that. Like a little story sequence that we can build around. And then maybe play around with the lighting as well to further emphasize that. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure which shot we're gonna build next, because I was kind of already working on this one a little bit. But it might be interesting to explore what we can do with the first shot, with the exploration, basically going into the town, right? When you're walking on like a small path, maybe next to a big farm or something like that. That could be very interesting. What I'm thinking is, I need to see. I saved it. Is the music volume good, by the way? I was playing around with it a little bit before the stream. Oh, wait. Disconnect this. It's gonna flicker for a little bit. Sorry about that. There we go. So, I was honestly thinking about something like this. Like, it's a less developed road maybe, but something along these lines where we're kind of looking at like a nice landscape with like a single farmhouse in the fields or something like that. Kind of thinking something along those lines. Or maybe we go for something like this, you know, like fully in the wilderness. Let's see. Maybe there's some other ones that are quite cool. I always loved this shot. It's like a burned down little village. Andrea, maybe an open patch of land and has something in the process of being built, like new houses or a new establishment. Oh, like, it could be interesting. Yeah. Let's do something like that. Dog. Yeah, that sounds good, actually. I like that. I'm thinking... Let's build it in this scene, right? Make sure that I disable those two things. Yep, it's all good. Yeah, that's a great idea, Andrea. Let's have a look. So I'm thinking... Probably need to look at like what we can do with that, right? Like what assets we still need. Because I think we'll have to decide on the building type too. Because I have these kind of buildings, right? Like the normal, what is it? Like the normal worker buildings, which are quite nice. Maybe I'll need ones with plaster walls instead of full wood walls. I was thinking about that today, so maybe... Let's block it out first. See where we're heading to. And then I can make like the smaller tweaks to it. Because I think actually... Let me actually save some of these images in here. Which ones are we looking at? This one, right? I really like this one. That one is already in there. Get the atmospherics on this, so cool. This one is really cool as well. Okay, I'm gonna add that one in there too. Just in my reference folder, you know, like on PureRef, so that I have like a direct reference. Always handy. Something like this could be cool as well. Something more mysterious. A little bit more out there. Yeah, this one's nice as well. So we'll end up with something... Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Hi Damian! How's it going? We're currently in the process of selecting like a new scene that we're gonna work with. Well, not a new scene entirely, but like a new shot in the scene. Oh, excuse me. Ah, the verticality in this one is nice too. Can I... Oh, I can just do that. That's cool. You learn something every day. Which one was I missing? Well, sure. Early game. It's all good. I think something like this is something that I want to make. Also, what I really love is like how undulating the terrain is. Like it feels really nice. So I'm gonna see if I can replicate that a little bit. We'll start with putting our camera first so that we have like a thing to work with. On the other screen. The company just announced a budget for courses. That's awesome. That is great. So we're gonna take the entrance one. We're gonna duplicate this guy. We're gonna unlock it. And we're gonna fly it around a little bit. Something like this where we can see the village in the background. Would be nice. We can kind of see the smoke. Is also a nice detail. We might not be able to see the village in the end, but like a hint of it is always nice. Maybe something like this. We'll call these fields 01. And I'm just gonna see. Just gonna extend this spline a little bit. But this kind of stuff I actually do want to keep this little thing pinned. That I can kind of see where the road is going, you know? Because it might... do that. I'm gonna try something new, something that I don't really do that often. We're gonna see if we can use the splines as a base to sculpt the terrain. Because you can take these spline points, move them up and down, and then... Oh yeah, it's a tricky part. Yeah, so only select it, deform that to it. Also gonna block in some foliage too. Just wanna get the bigger trees now. Any suggestions for good environment art or level design courses? Don't know. Don't know actually the ones that you're looking for, right? Because you're looking for ones that can be shared between multiple people. The ones that I focus on are for individuals, so don't really have like a direct idea. BGMA would be the go-to one. Probably. This is what I meant. As soon as we are adding like trees into the mix, like we're really messing up the view to the city, right? So I don't wanna. It's not too big of a deal, right? But it'd be kind of nice to keep it. Yeah, but CGMA is individuals also. Yeah, I have no idea when it comes to teams. No clue. You're... I think some people sell like courses that can then be shared with like a studio. But yeah, I have no idea on what to recommend there. I've not really delved into that side of it too much. So good luck finding it. And if there's anything, if you find any good ones, feel free to share them with us as well. Let's have a look. And I just want to get some sort of hills in here, right? Is the Environment Artist Handbook okay for teams? Not at this point. Like it's purely meant for individuals. Oh god. Oh god, this is way too much. But I mean, we could definitely think about it though. But I don't think that's what the company is looking for, right? Just like a handbook. I'd be open to discuss it though. So... what is... no, that's too high still. Just want to have like some slight angulations. Do. We'll explore a bit more. Want to use that budget? Yeah, do it. Make the most of it. Also, how is everyone else doing in the chat? Anyone working on something exciting? Let's see. So we got... What do we have? We got number 1, we got number 2. Probably want to make them in sequence, right? So... It's number 1. Put that to number 0 for now. This one number 1. This one becomes number 2. Oh, and then I lost the other one. That's okay. So we got... What do we have now? We got coming into the city, the actual city entrance, and then like the inn itself. 1, 2, 3. Got like a little sequence going. Oh, these landscapes are so inviting. So jealous. Andrea's week is going pretty well. How are you doing? Hope you had a good week. Yeah, I had a pretty good week. Spent yesterday and a little bit of today working on freaking taxes, so that was less exciting. But they're done now, so that's done for the year. Been working. So I've been doing some stuff for the team challenges too. We're expanding the starter content that we provide all the teams. So I've been doing some meshes and some materials and all that kind of stuff for the team challenges too. Which has been surprisingly fun actually. I've been enjoying it. No, don't want to create a new one. Keep misclicking. Stuff needs to go a little bit. I just flatten or something. It out a little bit. Archer E is doing pretty good. I'm working on learning shapes for props. Oh, okay. What does that mean? Like actually modeling the shapes and like doing more and more complex stuff over time. There's also one thing that I'm missing. It's like a little chimney. I don't think a lot of houses had it necessarily. Because that's why this hole was here, right? To let the smoke out. But might be wrong. Some of these wooden fences are really nice as well. Like how organic they feel. So might make a couple of those too at some point. Let's see. Let's get like a quick wall in place. Wait, I'm doing a quick one. Should honestly do it differently. Blind fence. Let's go. Let me do something like this. I need to clean this up a little bit. I feel like I say that every time. So who knows when that is gonna happen. And then straight wall, space in between, just push them a little bit closer. Nice. This one looks a little bit squished. Ah, I do like how non-intrusive this wall is in terms of the composition. Feels really nice. So maybe and do the same thing. Let's have it a little bit more organic as well. And this divider is also really nice too. Here we go again! Let's go! Oh, I'm hiding it behind my cam. That's actually pretty good. Trying to create more complex modeling and more attractive shapes. It's more about stylized props. Oh, okay, like exaggerating the shapes and yeah. The man is saying making interesting shapes look good. It can be hard. I like to practice good composition of simpler shapes first and then go more complex. Yep. In a recent workshop that we've done, Ivana Lichwager actually broke it down in like really good terms into primary, secondary, and tertiary shapes, right? Where the primary shape is mostly focused on the silhouette, and then you work your way towards more and more detailed shapes. But yeah, that's a good way of like retaining the interest of the shape itself, and then adding more stuff to it as you go along, rather than spinning your wheels on the base shape. Foliage. Let's see. Oh, shit. I didn't realize that I was still in the camera. That it matters too much, but... Gonna be an interesting one, right? Because... Kinda... Yeah, what are we looking for framing? Feels good. Because again, I like that we can still see the city in the background, right? That we get a hint of it too. Oh, I need to camera. Let's paint it up. We get like a better indication of the area. Yeah, for people that might be new, This is more like a casual stream, right? So feel free to ask any questions about your own work, about the games industry, anything like that. I used to work for Ubisoft, so might give you like an indication of some of the questions that you might be able to ask. While I'm just sculpting the terrain here. Let's see. Right. Kinda like where this path is going. I feel like what we need to do is have a little bit more of a hill so that you can still see the path as it kind of curves back down again. So I was wondering, Timothy, how much time do you devote to Beyond Extend per week? I was wondering how hard is it how hard is it to build and manage your community? It depends, because like what quantifies as like dedication to the community. Technically the stuff that I'm doing here is in part marketing for the community too, right? So it's kind of like a weird spot where this stream, even though I'm doing personal work, is also there to help people to help direct people to Beyond Extend 2, right? So it's a good question, but it's one that I struggled with to answer myself as well. If we're talking about like direct management and actually like doing things inside of the community, it's more managing now, right? Like helping the people out that are making resources, and I'm more like directing where everything goes at this point. And then even though I'm working on like articles and all that stuff too, right? I would say directly managing the community is probably like a couple of hours a day. But I do work in total, I do work like more than a full-time job now. It's one of the benefits and downsides at the same time of really loving what you do. Like, it doesn't let you go. So it's really hard to detach from it too. Let's see, so I wanna curve this up a little bit more so that we see the road for a little bit longer. As it then dips down here. And we'll have to adjust the rest of it too. Because yeah, like it's this weird thing with running your own community that like everything you do kind of can filter into it. Especially like when I'm just in voice chat, you know? Like I feel, to me, that feels like I'm doing part fun and part work. Because there will always be people looking for help, looking for advice, all that kind of stuff, right? So, yeah. It's hard to quantify. So we're kind of getting something nice here. Doing something nice and flowy. I think we need to do the same approach here as well. Vruchty! Hey, checking back in after focusing on my own portfolio work. Nice, welcome back. My question is, what is your opinion on the IA? I almost went there, but money was the issue since I'm not living in Belgium. I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because from what I've heard, like it has changed quite drastically, as a good school should, right? So that's not a bad thing. But the stuff that I learned was really valuable and is the reason why I'm sitting here right now, you know? The main thing that that school really taught me is that consistency and like a drive and all that kind of stuff is super important. And it is tough and it is demanding sometimes, but it really pushed the bar into, or like my personal bar, as like, what can I achieve in life? You know, it sounds very grandiose and all that kind of stuff. But before that, I was kind of just slacking at school, you know? Like, didn't really have any drive. And then they were like, look, this is like no bullshit anymore. Like, this is it, you know? And I kind of really enjoyed that part of it. But I've also heard counter opinions that that's not what everyone is looking for. So yeah. I mean, yeah, like I said before, like in my opinion, like it's one of the main reasons why I'm sitting here right now. But yeah, it is tough sometimes. Don't underestimate it. Let's see. So kind of want to have the same setup almost, right? So that we have like a hill and then it kind of goes down again and then we just see the house in the distance. Hey George, good afternoon. Does that make sense, Fruchty? I'm not sure if that really answers your question or not. I always because to me what's important when you look at an education is what kind of person you are within that education, right? And I was always like heads down, just get the work done type of guy. And I didn't really engage with a lot of other people. But that's also the main appeal of like an actual university these days for a lot of people too. So yeah, I don't know. I had a small friends group, you know, and for the rest of it I was just working. Yeah, I don't know if that's what you're looking for. How are you doing, George? Gonna raise this section up a little bit. Probably gonna make like a little ridge or something like that here. Where's my ram? I have some friends who actually are going there the first year right now. It's hard for them, I think. But I actually think it's not for me. Do you mean it's not for me in terms of like the school, or it's not going to be hard for you? Is that what you're saying? Because, oh my god, it was definitely hard for me. Taking into account that, like, before that, basically the most difficult thing that I did at school was doing like percentage calculations, right? And then you go into a school that is like, hey, we're gonna do like a little bit of a refresher course, right? Just like a 1 day kind of thing. And that 1 day, I was already lost And after that, it just became worse and worse. So when it came to like the actual math and physics and all that stuff that we had to do, like I was basically lost from the beginning. Like I was basically screwed. But that, yeah, not a lot of people were screwed, but I definitely was, just because my previous education, like, was just so bare bones. Good, good. Drinking my coffee. Enjoy the coffee, George. I'm drinking mine too. I think with education is always such a hard one, you know, especially to do like a proper estimation on if it's gonna work for you or not, because it is so personal. Yeah, Fruchti was asking my thoughts on DAE, like the school that I went to, like almost a decade ago now. Oh my god. So yeah, it's been a while, you know? I mean, the whole uni life isn't for me, not because I like the drive, I really want to get into the industry, but I want to focus on what I think is good for me to achieve that. Does that make sense? It does make sense. Yeah, it does. I was about to say that there's also like real benefit in having a broader understanding of all the other aspects of what makes a game, right? And there's a lot of value in that too. But if you are already at a stage where you're like, hey, look, I don't know your background, right? But let's say you've dabbled in 3D for a bit, you kind of know the ins and outs of the games industry by a little bit. You know the different disciplines that are in the games industry, and you know which one you want to do. Yeah, then it kind of doesn't make sense to me anymore to go to a uni, right? If you have that focus and drive already. So yeah, I do understand. And this is the thing, right? Like, it's not because I recommend, let's say I were to recommend a university. That doesn't mean that that makes sense for you to do it. It's always personal. Okay. Like that. I just want to... This guy over here. Align it with this road. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Yeah, I think it would be good to do a gut check with someone that is potentially like a professional in the field already, right? And what I mean by that is asking them like, "Hey, I want to do this discipline in the industry. And I think these are the skills that I need to acquire to get into that discipline. Is that right or wrong?" Because sometimes it's very tricky to estimate like the skills that you need to get into a position in the industry, like a specific position in the industry. So like a gut check there would be good to know that you're on the right track or not. Let's see, something like this. It'd be cool to have some cloud shadows as well, actually. Do you think having basic knowledge in other 3D areas like rigging, animation, etc. helps inside a studio? Yeah, for sure. It's not in terms of like actual applicable knowledge, right? Like if you're an environment artist, they're probably never going to ask you to do like any rigging. But like you can still talk to a rigger, and maybe if you ever get into contact with something that needs to be rigged, it's going to make your work like more applicable, right? Like rigging and animation are probably, well, I will say rigging is probably the one that's most out there in terms of like it's the least valuable one if I look back at my career in how many times I've used it. But like animation, there were a couple of times where I needed to make something that was going to be animated, and that was like super helpful to already know how it was kind of going to be animated, and also helping in the conversations with the animators too, right? Same for concept art, super valuable. Level design, super valuable. Like those things, like, oh my god, I think especially what I was doing at Ubisoft, was really helpful. I use it like at least once a week, if not multiple times a week, the knowledge that I gathered in those fields. It's more about soft skills and communication. Yeah, when it comes to level design and concept art, it was actually about like talking about art and how a player perceives an area and what makes for good gameplay and all that kind of stuff. Like it was actually like the practical stuff. But some of the other things, for example, programming or rigging and animation, I think are more about like communication and like understanding the base skills. And it makes you more versatile, you know? Interesting. Animators are pretty well off. I think it's because of high demands and there's not so many of them. Yeah. I think the higher you go in technical skill, the more demand there is going to be. As soon as your role has anything technical inside of it, you're already in more demand than a non-technical art, like in a non-technical job. Look at an environment artist compared to technical artists, right? Technical artists, there's still like lots of openings for those people, especially people with experience. Not that much so for environment art, comparatively. And if there are, like, they usually get filled like pretty quick, especially on the junior level, because there's so many people trying to get into that level, right? Or like at that stage. Kind of having a look. So the road here. Definitely. Already have 2 years of experience in 3D art. Was part of a game show at Gamescom. Yeah, nice. Yeah, exactly. It's always good to be surrounded by people like that. I think at that point, like, why? I mean, this is a question that I throw back to you then, right? Like, why were you considering going back to uni? Or maybe this is like an outdated thing, right? Like maybe this is like a couple of years ago, before you had that experience. I don't know the timeline. I guess the IA would just been like a thing on top. Yeah. But, I mean, my gut feeling says that if you're already doing things in games, then it doesn't matter but then it doesn't really help. I mean, it's always an additional thing, I guess. But in those 4 years, if you just keep working on games, that's going to give you like way more experience than like a school can ever give you, right? Mostly for networking and possible chances. I would say that if you're looking for networking, just go to Gamescom more, right? That's probably like a way better event than like a university. I could potentially see it for the possible chances. As in, like, you do get a bachelor, and a bachelor can be helpful if you want to go to the US, for instance. Really helpful with that. I would say almost crucial to have it. Do you remember how did you know that you wanted to start a community? It was a very fluid thing. Because the server actually started because there was someone looking for a mentorship. And I was like, cool, I'm gonna set up a Discord and then we can talk there. You know, because I wasn't active on any social media. Or not enough to have like constant communication with someone. And then once we did the mentorship, like other people were asking for a mentorship as well. And it kind of grew from there. So it started as like a little mentorship kind of server. Then it was like, cool, why don't I make this into an actual community, right? I saw that there was like promise there. I was like, oh, it would be cool if I can just like invite other people that are not looking for, not necessarily looking for a mentorship, but just want to learn with other people. And I guess it just step by step evolved. Right, because by that time I was also writing a blog for like a couple of years already. Maybe 2 to 3 years, I think. Then I was like, what if I put that on my own website and then kind of link the community to it and then start building my own resources on that website as well. And it kind of just steadily grew into what Beyond Extend is now. But it just, yeah, basically started as a blog that then turned into like a little mentorship thing. And yeah, look at where we are now. As an environment artist, on which thing do we have to focus more? It depends on what kind of environment artist you want to make, like you want to be. Because environment artist is a broad category that has like multiple disciplines within it. I think, let's see. I don't actually know. I put it up. Let me quickly check something, right? Because I set up a resource that can help with this stuff. Oh, I guess we kind of have... Yeah, we do have a YouTube video on it too. Let's see. Let me share the link. Here you go. Feel free to read through that link. It has like a whole bunch of like environment art specializations with like what your routine is like, what your responsibilities are like, and what like who you collaborate with as well. Because yeah, it is a very broad field. So that will definitely help you know where to start. Bachelor degree for the US. I didn't think it was so important over there. Yep. I know a couple of people who really wanted to work in the US, and the only reason why they got stopped was because they didn't have a bachelor degree or the relevant industry experience, which means that for every year of a bachelor degree, you have to have 3 years of professional experience, from what I can tell. So there was actually a person who had like 6 years of experience, but he has to wait. He had an offer, right, at a company, an American company. He had an offer, but the only reason why he didn't get hired is because he had to wait 6 additional years and like work in the field to then be able to apply there, just because he didn't have a bachelor. Doesn't make sense to me at all. But yeah. That's like a real life situation that I encountered. Hey Black Panther, I thank you for the question. I added a link that you can check out if you wanna um if you wanna get to know more about like the different environment art specializations. That would be a good place to start. Let's see. I want all these trees. Be pointing up, please. Is that the one? Yeah, it's already off. Why are some of them... Oh, is that maybe... That's just a tree itself? Oh, it might be the tree itself. Never mind. Oh, I did it again. Shit, I moved my camera. No! Yeah, I don't really want to work in America. Hey, Vivek! It was always a dream in the beginning, but then I was like, yeah, don't really need it. Yeah, I need to make new fences for these guys. Put on some chill music. Nah. It's not gonna work. We need to rotate it backwards. And to give some more depth to the scene. Where would you want to work if you had the choice? And this is a question for anyone. Where would you be if you had the choice? Company or country, both can apply. Let's extend it this way. Let's add one more element. Let's get broken sections in there too. Hell yeah. Pretty satisfied in my country at the moment. Maybe in the future somewhere like Sweden or Norway. Nice. Some of the Scandinavian countries. Which is quite nice though. Wonder... Wonder if we make a little river. Is it going to be visible even? Hi, the apples! Ruchti, oh, that's difficult. I always thought about Ubisoft first really as a dream company, I guess. Oh, nice. Any specific country? Like any specific studio within Ubisoft that speaks to you? Because they are pretty big. I'm gonna make some notes here of like ideas that spring to mind. Because I need smaller dirt roads as well. Like a small mud road too. Could potentially just extend the texture that I made for that and add like a couple of smaller ones to it too. How you all doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you so much. Doing good. Just looking at like a scene that was sort of taking a lot of inspiration from. I have this road here, then there's like a little wall section there. It has a road going the other way as well. Because yeah, they probably have a road going into the city too. Maybe we can build like a little bridge or something here. They will kind of have to make a river, right? And maybe build some bridges too. Because they're always cool features. So might as well bite the bullet. Do it, I guess. Hi, Shazar! How's it going? I'm doing good. Thank you so much. How are you doing? Did I call them bridge? Yeah, but those are the shitty ones. Let's see. What are these called? Walkway. Oh shit, I had them here. So yeah, I think... I have something like this, and we just keep... It's to be... What? Alright, just speaking to myself. Just thinking how we're gonna make this little river that's gonna come through here then. Well, not like that. Like... I like it a bit curvy. So we would have like a nice curve going in there. And probably... Let's see. We imagine that that is like a mountain or something like that, or like a little hill, and then we have like a stream going down here maybe? Next to the fields? Let's cut some of the trees. River with landscape lines, just a plane with a water shader? Yeah! Yeah, I have like a fake plane here because I was too lazy to do that, but that's a good idea. Let's paint this section in a little bit. And just a little bit of a swirl. Maybe... go a little bit closer, like in between the fields maybe? And it would go in there. I'm just thinking that if I want to do like an additional shot that kind of looks from here, it would be kind of cool to have like a little bridge section that you kind of look out from, like into the city. That's mainly why I'm pulling this all the way over here. obviously need to make the terrain look good, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. I'm going to fill in the sections again. We might have to be pretty specific with our placement here. It's all good. Yeah, that's actually like an interesting point. I don't have a water shader lying around though. I guess it doesn't matter, right? Like, as long as we just have something on it. So water wheat. Yes. Oh, it just has a plane on each point. Let's see. I don't want to do that. I want to do spline mesh for every section. Yeah, material override. There we go. Just gonna grab a random material. Let's just do a placeholder. Let's make it blue-ish. Sometimes freaking system confuses me. I just want to add like a point here, please. How do I do that again? Control is adding a new point, but then... Oh no, now it works. Never mind. Oh, see? That's what it was doing before. Oh, you just can't have anything selected. Okay. Fruity's from Germany, so Berlin or Düsseldorf, but wouldn't mind going to France for that. Yeah. It's probably still very common that they only speak French in like the French studios. So hey, if you're comfortable in German, might as well apply to the German studios. And now we're gonna see that we can't even see it. A show like this could be interesting as well. We'll see. We'll explore that later. What I forget, let's lock actor movement. Yeah, it's always been a tough question for me as well. Like I think Ubisoft was also pretty high on the list for me too. Took a detour through Frontier Development, which was awesome. So yeah. But yeah, I also never expected to do like my own thing either, so to a certain degree, you're always gonna put new goals in front of yourself, I guess. Let's see. I think now it's just more fleshing out what this building is gonna be, right? And I'm not... Oh, yes. We need to replace this building with plaster. So I'm gonna... What's this guy called? Building 1, floors 03. Well, 1 floors. It's kind of an awkward name, but hey. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna break this down. Save everything first. Then we're gonna make a new blueprint. Guess something like that. Wouldn't the sun wash out the wood and make it a little gray? Yeah, a little bit. That's actually something that I've already added to the shader, but I've not done like a new implementation pass on it. Actually test it. So if we AO and also AO, let's have a look. I don't think I've done it yet. Need to have a look at that. That's an interesting point, Pumpy. Thank you so much. 4x2 plaster. Only have the one plaster wall, I guess. By 2. Don't have a 2x2 plaster wall. No. Oh, interesting. Hi, Maddie! Welcome, welcome. Oh. No, not that one. 4x2 plaster. How are you doing, Maddie? Let's open Blender as well. Seems like we need to make some new building pieces. Maybe put up like another wall section here. Replace it with little stone wall sections. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to go through the adjustable pipe material you made. That's in the PDF. Nice. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions on that. It's been ages ago, but I mean, the concepts are still like really applicable. Let's see. Let's do a little bit more set dressing as well. Let's see if we can add some other stuff to it. Like a little cart setup. Maybe add some junk next to it. Maybe... Oh, yes. Going back to the original idea that Andrea had. I had to think what could be cool that they're building. Because I was thinking... I have like hay storage. These buildings. Would be interesting if we make one that's like a work in progress, so they're kind of still building it. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Oh wait, don't want to have any rotation into it though. So break this up. Yes. Can you blueprint? Storage. A storage 01. Just call it 03. Shazar, hey Tim, I'm finishing the scene today too. Hopefully. The one thing with me is that I can model, etc. and set it up in Unreal correctly, but my texturing is pants. Is it best to use your own, no matter the quality? You mean your own textures? Okay, and now what we can do is we can just strip off like a bunch of this stuff. See. Maybe I removed a little bit too much. Let's go back a little bit. Substance designer driving me nuts. I'm getting there, but very slowly. It is always better to show your own texturing as well, because then you can do the whole pipeline, right? Which is what people are looking for. So maybe in that case, it might be better to take a little bit more time, figure out the texturing. I mean, you basically got two options, right? Like basically publish this one as is, if you're already done with it, and then finish it up for your portfolio. And then pick the next project that is more like texturing focused, so you can really focus on that for the next one. That could also be an approach. Or you could, yeah, just focus in on texturing in this current one. Let's see. I really want to make something in Unreal Engine 5, but programming so hard. What do you want to make, Humpy? I'm assuming a game if you're talking about programming. Let's see. Put a ladder against this guy, and then maybe we'll pull these two beams up as well. guess... Yeah. Making texture masks, for example. That's not necessarily programming, right? Making texture masks, you do that in Substance Painter or Substance Designer, which are like texture altering programs. Or you're talking about material masks, right? Or like shader masks. That is a little bit more, not necessarily programming, but you have to do some maths and stuff. Let's see. What's up? Kind of getting a little hint of the bridge here, which is quite nice. And we're getting like the little building site here too, which is quite cool. I like that. Thank you so much for the suggestion, Andrea. And then we can... Don't want to add too many buildings. They do have like a little water well, which is quite nice. And then the rest of it is forest. They have like the nice ivy that's climbing on like all the walls too. Which is quite nice. Yeah, that's also something I need to do, like more variation in the foliage just in the grass, because I just have like grass and like a little bit of saplings and like small ground stuff, but nothing to really break up the grass itself. Okay, so we're doing this guy. We're building that little building there. Yeah, got some good reference screenshots from Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Such a pretty game. I'm gonna put this well. The game really looks like a painting sometimes. Like, I mean, so tasty. Look at this. Look at how pretty it is. I love how dense the dock area is and like how chaotic in terms of shapes. So nice. Hey Jay! How are you doing, buddy? Let's see, maybe a little chicken coop. Did I finish the game? Nope. I think I got halfway through or something like that. I might pick it up, but I'm still playing Starfield at the moment. Might pick it up at some point. Who here finished the game? Who here finished Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Because yeah, that's a long ass game from what I heard. Let's see. Most of the stuff we're not going to see though. So what are some big shapes that we can throw in there? Oh yeah, clothing line. It's always nice. These are set to. How high is our camera? Charcoal. What did I name my guys? Where are my character? My references. I do have a couple in the scene, right? Do I? Did I delete them? So confused. Oh, Arthur, you did finish it? In around 100 plus hours? Jesus, that's a chunky game. I thought it was 40 hours. Ugh. Never mind. Why are my characters? Did I remove them? Afternoon sun always makes everything look better. They don't call it like the golden hour or like magic hour for no reason, right? Makes everything look pretty. The midday lighting is really nice to work in though. Even though it looks horrible. Yeah, I thought so. This is a bit better. I think the camera before was floating a little bit. August Fam! Hey Tim, could I ask a portfolio related question? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Okay. We'll have to be careful because I think the sun is set right for the first camera, but we might have to change it a little bit. Or like, well, maybe we shouldn't change the camera, just change the surroundings. I don't know. Gotta try and get the portfolio looking strong? Hell yeah, Jay. I actually did an update to my portfolio as well. Like, I culled some of the old stuff. I updated all the thumbnails. So, we're in the same boat, man. Get it looking strong. Wait. We don't want big trees. Not here, anyway. So these guys, they can go. Just gonna paint with the small trees. I have to reduce these guys by a lot, but I kinda do want to make it pretty dense. Yeah, that view into the city is going to be tricky. I don't know. I don't think we can manage that. I think we're going to have to rely more on the smoke than anything else. Actually a big fan of Assassin's Creed games. I really love the environments they create, especially the foliage and the global ambience in Valhalla. Yeah, the game is super pretty, man. Like, I'm a big fan of the Assassin's Creed series as well. I'm really glad that they got rid of, like, the whole Animus connection, because I was always like, oh, I'm having fun, like, this is a cool world, and then they pull you back to, like, this boring current day world, and I'm like, oh, just let me go, you know, just let me have fun in the game. I just want to explore a new world rather than being pulled into a stupid machine. I don't think so, Jay. It's a good question. But yeah, like, I'm really happy with, like, all the newer Assassin's Creed games, like all the open world ones. They're super pretty. And also, I love that they're really pushing, like, the historical accuracy in them. To a certain degree, right? It's still a game, but, like, they have actual historians that are on the team, or, like, advising the team at least. Just freaking awesome. Little plot of land here. Probably gonna have to make this a little bit more organic too. I want this guy here. H28? Welcome to the chat. I have a semi-stylized environment project. It's been 2 months and I'm still in the layout stage due to my working classes. Oh shit! Hopefully your schedule opens up soon and you can actually do some proper work on it. Sounds cool though. Semi-stylized? Let's see. Foliage. I need smaller foliage here, please. Yeah! Oh, I wanted to discover the world they are offering to us. Yeah! Let me free, please. They had a bench with a hole and a pot. Yeah. I don't think they had any other fancy equipment in that time. Gonna be lazy. Where are my... Here you are. It's very, very faint. '15th century. Yeah, that's a little bit too late for what I'm doing. It's a tad though. I mean, it's not 100% accurate, right? I believe that the outhouse is from the 15th century from Europe. The more sophisticated inns would have two separate outhouses, one for the men and one for the women. Dang, okay. Each outhouse would have either a picture or a cutout of wood in the door in the shape of the sun or the moon, to designate the two. Oh, that's interesting. So, who was the sun and who was the moon? Some local fog going on as well. Pretty fun to play around with these guys. Sun is male. Okay. Yeah, you learn something every day. Thanks for sharing that. So many interesting things that you have to do research on when it comes to these things. Like, I've been watching like so many videos on how like old school building techniques worked and like what materials they used and how they build up stuff, and super interesting. I love it. I think that's the part that I honestly enjoy the most. To a certain degree, like about like environment art, you know? Like you discover so much about the topic that you're working on. So cool. Uh, yeah, that's way too small. Hmm. I was just testing again with the hand placed grass versus the scattered grass. That shadow is interesting. I mean, the shadows that we lose are interesting. Let's do a little bit more sculpting. Make it way subtle. Just want to slightly emphasize like some sections in the road, you know? slightly emphasize. Oh, sorry, August. I completely skipped your question. Let me get back to it. Second. Let's have a look. Thank you. Is the idea to have a real-time environment pieces when it only is showing a singular angle? Or would it be more valuable to create a playable environment with multiple points of interest? When it comes to that front, it doesn't really matter that much. I would focus on one perspective first, and then if you can get multiple ones out of the environment that you've made, then that's good. But it's more like an additional thing on top of it. And if you're talking about like, do you need to show real time, as in like that it's a video or not? That doesn't matter too much, because usually if you really think about it, like the thing that's really gonna make it look immersive, right? A lot of it is not gonna have to do with environment art related topics. It's audio, it's a little bit of animation, it's a bunch of other stuff that is cool to see, right? And I personally love to do that in my environments, but I wouldn't call it necessarily to put it on your portfolio. It's more like an additional thing that you can show off. Because yeah, like a playable level doesn't mean too much, right? Especially because the other person, especially the people that are gonna look into hiring you, they're not gonna have the time to play a level anyway, right? So I don't think it makes too much sense in investing like a bunch of time in it necessarily, just to get it playable. I mean, I know that it's not necessarily that you want them to play it, but that it looks like it is, or that it could be playable, right? But that's more, again, like a cherry on top rather than a necessity. The main thing, because you brought up the topic of real time, that is crucial in the sense that you're not making something... You're still keeping in mind that it is rendered in a game engine and that you're working within the restrictions of a real-time game engine, right? So do keep that in mind, but yeah, that's the only thing there. I actually used to have good ref for joinery, which showed where they were invented and where. We'll see if I can find it and post in Discord. Oh, that would be awesome. Always in the market for some good joinery ref. Let's see. And then Shazar is asking a question as well. Bit of a career question here. First of all, thank you so much for all the questions, people. Like, feel free to ask any question. I love to read through questions and kind of discuss topics, so feel free to put any question you might have in the chat. Don't worry about, like, the amount of them. Like, it's all good. So back to the question from Shazar. Would you say environment art is amongst the most saturated positions in the game, in the art side of gaming and its competitiveness? Yeah, I think so. But that's like a general statement, right? Because if you look at the games, like obviously there's going to be more people involved with like the scale and the scope of games and the environments that we need these days compared to any other topic, right? So that means that there's also going to be like more people working in that topic or like working in that discipline. And it's also, in my opinion, if you don't focus on any of the technical aspects, it's also one of the least technical ones. So it's probably the easier one to get in terms of all the artistic topics, right? Because what a lot of companies are looking for these days are also people that do level art, which basically means that you're just doing, well, I don't want to diminish what it does, right? I love doing it myself, and that's what I did primarily at Ubisoft as well. But your responsibility in that respect is that you're just building the levels and you're making like nice compositions and you're set dressing according to a narrative or like a story that you want to convey, right? So that's not really technical if you think about it, but still highly needed. But that means that the bar is lower there, right, for people trying to get in, which means that in the grand scheme of things, a lot of people will gravitate towards that, especially if you're looking at the current situation where a lot of people are coming out of uni and then they're like, oh, it's not as easy to get a job, so what is the easiest option that I can like quickly pivot towards? Probably environment art, right? If you're not already spec'd into character or anything else. So yeah, it is definitely saturated. And I don't think, I mean, we're going into speculation land, right? But I think the saturation was always there. I think right now it's just more pronounced because the industry is kind of in a weird spot and there's like recurring layoffs and all that stuff happening now more frequently than I think I've noticed before. So that's why those factors combined together, like they make for like the weird situation that we're in right now. Yeah, I think we're gonna get out of this. I'm always very positive about this. Like if you look at the future, right? Like companies are not gonna stop making bigger and bigger games. As much as like a, what is it, like not a keyword, but like the metaverse, right? Like as much as I hate that word because it basically just means that it's multiple worlds, which we're already doing. Like we have been doing planets for a while now. But that means that we're still going to be, we're going towards like bigger scopes, bigger scales, more in depth. And I think we're just at the starting of that progress. So yeah, there's always going to be a job for an environment artist. But I think what I would recommend as in like long-term career progress is get in first with something that speaks to you, right? And then specialize in that topic and try to go more technical. So for example, looking to like a good skill set to have right now as an environment artist would be Houdini, right? Like any knowledge of like a procedural tool, like that would be freaking awesome. Just to know the realistic possibility of gaining employment as opposed to the base need of a great portfolio. Yeah, it's like I was saying before, right? You're in a weird position right now just with the state of the industry. And I've been saying this to like anyone that I mentor currently or like people that ask about this too, right? It's just the industry currently is in like a weird state. Where most people kind of blame COVID and like that period for it, right? But there's been like a dramatic shift in the amount of people. And I think it started more with like senior people that knew that it was going to be, that it could be done differently. And they had the bargaining power of also making it happen, right? So if you ask a senior person, I mean, you're talking to one right here, right? I was like, nah, I don't really feel like I want to go back to the studio necessarily. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do that. And that's why I'm here right now. And there's a bunch of other people that kind of made the same choice. And they either went to a company that did offer more flexible arrangements, or they started their own company, or whatever they did, right? But what that movement means is that the companies that lost that senior talent, they first have to replace that senior talent before they can start looking for junior talent again. But I feel like yeah, a lot of companies are kind of looking at it the wrong way, and they're still having like the old-fashioned discussion of like, yeah, we do want you in the office because it makes you more productive and blah blah blah. But I feel that a lot of senior people with experience in the industry, they now have this notion of like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it like differently than I was doing it before. And I've also seen some companies who were like, yeah, we're just gonna replace these senior people with like 2 juniors, right? Because you get 2 for the price of 1. And then really struggling because of that too. All to say that we're currently just in like a weird spot in the industry. But yeah, I think that's gonna normalize over time. Yeah, but just keep at it, you know. There's also no shame in just working a normal job until the industry kind of like opens up, right? And you do have like possibilities within the industry. There's no shame in that. It depends on your personal situation, of course, right? Because if you're still, for example, living with your parents, you have more options than like a person who is living by himself and needs to put bread on the table, right? Different situation there. Hey, Sebastian! Welcome to the chat. Yeah, not the best time, but we'll get through it for sure. Yeah, for sure. I think times like these are actually pretty interesting because it really shows like how versatile people can be. And there's people that are like, okay, you know what? This sucks, but I'm gonna try like a new way. I'm gonna try some freelance. I'm gonna try this and that and that. And there's also people who are like, oh, this is difficult. You know, like, do I still want to do this? Which is fine to ask that question, right? But I always think that, how would I even say this? Like, that the future belongs to the people that are persistent or whatever, right? Obviously, I'm super biased there because I was never the greatest, but I've always been persistent. Oh, I think I removed those blueprints. Yeah, okay. How are you doing, Sebastian? Great to have you here. What else can we do? Maybe put like a chopping block down or something. I can't imagine anything else for myself, really. Yeah, I mean, I did like a whole bunch of jobs, well, student jobs, right? Like doing the dishes and working various student jobs. So I worked a lot before I got a job in games. And I could do them, right? Because they'd still bring money on the table. But if I had to choose, like, this would be it. I mean, yeah, I'm in a weird position, right? Because technically I'm not making games. I'm doing like my own stuff and then kind of making it work. So it's even weirder than what a lot of people are looking for. Probably as before, but how did you actually land a job at Ubisoft? I don't think we actually discussed that before. I got my job through Twitter. So I was Oh my god, it was a whole chaotic situation. I was working at Frontier Developments before. And we were getting kicked out of our apartment because of like a whole bunch of bullshit with our landlord. And I just said to my girlfriend, like, hey, look, we have like 2-month period before we're gonna get kicked out of our apartment. What if we just move companies and countries again, right? At the same time. So as soon as I knew that, I basically resigned at Frontier. And within that period, I started pushing my portfolio really hard. And I started being like very active on social media as well. Just looking for a job already, right? And then I think I made a post on Twitter saying, oh my god, I can't even remember. You can probably find it on my Twitter, I think, where it said environment artist available from now on, something like that, with my work as like an image, and then just like a link to my art station, I think. And then a producer from Ubisoft Berlin, well, it wasn't that simple. I was applying to like a whole bunch of Ubisoft studios already, did like multiple artists for like a couple of different Ubisoft studios, failed them all, did a couple of interviews with other companies, like didn't get any response on them either. Flew through a couple, like actually went to like multiple stages of different interviews with other companies as well, and kind of didn't end up taking it. And then at the end, like we were quite close to actually moving out, I think a producer reached out to me from Ubisoft Berlin, and it was like, hey, your work looks interesting, you want to come in, well, you want to have a call first, because they always do like a call first, and then they do like an in-house interview. Yeah, and I had 2 offers at that time, and I ended up taking the Ubisoft Berlin one. But it was, yeah, very chaotic, because the other offer that I had basically expired the day after I had a talk with Ubisoft. And I was kind of like, I kind of wanted to kind of use them as leverage against each other, right? But they probably knew that I was trying to do that, so they kind of tried to rush me into making a decision. So I took a risk and I declined the other position while not having a guarantee that I was going to work for Ubisoft Berlin at that point yet. So that moment was super stressful. But I think the day after, oh no, I remember doing the interview, and I told them that I would need an answer by tomorrow. Kind of crazy. Like thinking about that, just leaving the interview and at the last point saying like, oh yeah, by the way, I do need an answer by tomorrow, by the way, because I do have like another company that I'm interested in. Yeah, that was really stressful. So basically I said that to them, right? So I said to them like, hey, I want to have an answer by tomorrow, but basically I left the interview, right? Because it was a whole day. I went to the hotel, woke up the next day, and basically before 12, I declined the other offer from the other company without knowing anything about Ubisoft at that point. All in 2 months? Oh yeah, and I'm giving you the short version. Like there were multiple in-house, well, not multiple, I think one in-house interview that was also like full on, like got merch and all that kind of stuff, and they were almost like guaranteeing me to get started. They put me in a hotel, like everything was paid for, which is, by the way, you should kind of expect that if you have like a little bit of experience. Like just ask for them to pay for the relocation and all that stuff if they really want to. It does make it a little bit awkward when you then eventually decline, but hey. Yeah, all in 2 months. Yep. And then I think what happened, I stayed, so me and my girlfriend went back to stay with my parents for like a couple of weeks or like a couple of months or something like that. Because my contract was only beginning in, I think, 1 month or something like that. I can't remember the timeline. Because the real chaos began when I was trying to look for an apartment in Berlin. And God, it's freaking nuts. We ended up staying into like multiple Airbnbs, multiple hotels because we couldn't find a place, and then eventually found like a really expensive place for like a month. Because you have to live in like a long-term rental to get approved as like a Berlin citizen. So it was like a whole thing. Oh my god, I'm glad that that's over. That was actually the stressful part. I didn't mind like all the negotiations and like all the traveling about to do like interviews. I didn't mind it that much. The actual stressful part was actually finding a place in Berlin. Yeah, it was chaos. I did tell my girlfriend after that, like, yeah, we're not doing that again. Like, just too chaotic. Let's plan it a little bit better next time. Yeah. Yeah, and with those artists, I was doing artists back to back as well. So I did one, I remember which one came first. I did one for Ubisoft Annecy. That was like a week. And then I did another one for Ubisoft Bordeaux, I think. That was 2 weeks long. And I did them back to back. Which is also something that I do not recommend. Oh. Let's see. What else do we need to do here? Yeah. Chaos, but landed on my feet in the end. So all's good. Can't complain. It's the whole experience. Yeah, I don't think I've ever went into detail about that. So yeah. Just an interesting story, man. Thanks for the insights. Yeah, no worries. Always happy to reminisce. Oh, there was one part of the story that I didn't tell. Like when I first got my contract. So when Ubisoft did offer me my contract, right? I already declined the other position. Ubisoft did offer me a contract. At that point, I had 2.5 years of experience, I think. And they came back to me and they said like, oh, we want to offer you a junior position. And I was like, no, I'm not taking a junior. So I basically, with no backup, like, yeah, really no backup at that point, right? Like no other opportunities inside either. I was just like, no, not interested in the junior. Not doing that. Then I think like a day later they came back to me and they offered me like a mid position. It's like, yeah, okay, cool, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. I was like, I've been a junior for a while. I know what I'm doing. I was kind of confident. I was like, I'm not gonna settle for like a junior position at this time. Like if I'm gonna make a move, which is by the way, like your biggest opportunity to bargain, right? But like to move your career up. I was like, I'm not gonna let this slide, this opportunity. Screw that. Even though the weird thing is that the salary didn't change, just the title. But hey. Hmm. Oh, I just want to move you down, please. Please. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really care about the money that much. Like the money, the salary didn't change. It's kind of funny. Yeah, well, like the salary was actually the same. Was actually the same that I was already under at Frontier at that point. But to me, it was still a massive win because the rent here in Berlin was half of what it was in Cambridge. So I was like, I don't care. I can go for promotions and do like yearly reviews to get my salary up. So I'm gonna be fine on that front. It's just I could finally save money for the first time. Because I started selling like my personal projects just to have like money that I could spend on like moving to another country. It was yeah. It looked crazy. But yeah, my learnings from all of that like still asked for a pay increase. Because those are opportunities that you don't want to miss. So if I had to do it all over again, I would have asked for intermediate and a pay increase as well. Yeah, it wasn't London, but it came close, right? It was in Cambridge. I mean, it's not that much better. I keep forgetting the saying. It's basically London prices with a commute or something like that. There's like a saying that they have for it. Just can't remember it. That's dodgy, but it all worked out. Yeah, I know. Dodgy shit. But hey, it makes for a good story, huh? Even though the timeline gets screwed up so quickly. Like remote working can help on the rent side of things. Yeah, for sure it can, if the company allows it, right? There seems to be more and more companies that are like, we do still want to get you in the office again. But I think the cat's out of the bag, you know? Like, it's too late to stop people from knowing all the joys from remote working. Yeah, that's also... I was actually quite happy, you know, that we were forced to work from home with COVID, because I was like, oh, this is perfect. Beyond Extent was kind of already like a thing at that point, right? And I was curious if I could do it like full time. So like COVID actually gave me the opportunity to try it. Yeah, I guess thanks COVID. But yeah, that's where consistency wins again, right? I think I've applied to so many Ubisoft studios, and you know, eventually it only needs to work one time, you know? Those two trees are annoying the hell out of me. So we got 1, 2, 3. I think maybe we should try opening up the area to the left a little bit so that we can see the town again. Mm-hmm. So talking about applying, is everyone else applying to get a job at this moment? And how is the hunt going? Let's see. That would be the view that we kind of need. Oh, don't want to go too far. I don't want to be able to see this road over here. Okay, Raph is still practicing. Nice. All in good time. I was, but I want to finish my project first before I even stand a chance, to be honest. My portfolio is meh right now. Yes, get that work on there. So I need some touch-ups on my portfolio, and then I'll try, like in the next 1 or 2 months, I think. Nice. Yeah, so lots of people thinking about it though. Some of this stuff in here. What are you practicing for, Giraffe? Like what is the next thing that you want on your portfolio? And then for Fruchti, what are you planning for your portfolio? What is your approach? Competition is tough right now, I guess. Yeah, it is, but doesn't mean that there's no opportunities, right? Let me grab some water, be right back. Hmm. Close to finishing my town scene, and after that, I'm considering doing some more hardcore or something more chill. What is it, Garaf? What is it? Hardcore or chill? You couldn't be further apart with those two. And then Jay is going from a junior to an art director role? Oh yeah. Do it, Jay. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Ugh. What are you barking at? Mm-hmm. Currently thinking about what to do with this area. I kind of want to fill it up, but then I'm blocking the entire space again, right? So hey, Leo. You hold up your dog for the webcam. I'll like give him a treat. Hold up a bit. Ah. Let's see, is that good? Oh, this time I won't forget to go to main screen either. Let's have a look. Nacho? Hier? He's being lazy. Yeah, man. Watch it. Yo, I got high five. Yo. Easy beef. Nacho! Oh. He loves sweet potato. Oh wait, let me switch back actually. Little Nacho. And I also need like some bushes. Like, we're not gonna get there without bushes. That is a question. I want to do something hard, but I'm afraid I will burn out. We'll see after I finish this project. Yeah, you shouldn't do something hard for just making it challenging for yourself. What you should do is something that still challenges you for like 20%, and 80% of it is something that you're pretty comfortable with. It's scientifically proven that that's the best way of keeping you motivated throughout a project. So yeah, keep that in mind. I was also explaining this to someone yesterday, like the way that I like to approach things is I would always look at my entire skill set, seeing where I would want to go with that skill set, and then seeing what I needed to improve. So for example, when we bring up my portfolio for a second. The reason why this project exists is because I didn't know how to do foliage. Right? So in this case, like I wanted something like fairly short and like fairly quick that I could just focus on foliage and just give me that skill in my skill set that I didn't have before. That's what I did. But I already knew Unreal Engine, I already knew how to light stuff, you know, so it was just purely focused on one aspect, and that was speed tree. So that's like one that I do, like an approach that I do recommend. I think, let's see. Oh, I removed some of my other work. Let's have a look. We have this one here, which was like my first real time like sculpting things. This is from the uni days still, right? So just lots of sculpted things, like lots of rocks, lots of stalagmites and stalactites. Pretty simple. Only 4 meshes in the entire scene. And then just making something with that, you know? It can be pretty simple, but just allows you to focus on like very direct things, you know? Like very skill focused in that way. I think those are like the best examples. I guess this more recent one, you could argue that that's also, let's see. That was a weird one because I was like, I'm kind of done with having to move everything between an engine and like your modeling program. So this is just purely made in Blender. Really hacky, really quick. I made this in like 7 days, but I was just like, look, I'm just done for a little bit with game engines, you know? We're just gonna make this in Blender. So I guess that's also another way to look at it. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. True, just a bit tired from learning many new things, but we'll probably do it. Oh, that's awesome. If you know that you're kind of tired of learning so many new things, then don't try to do anything hard. Like break it up and do something chill, like for a very short amount of time, right? It's being conscious of your mental state. Because like after a long or like after an intense project, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be long. What I do is just do stuff for fun, you know? For example, when I was doing the ArtStation challenge, after that one, I'm not gonna dive into like something that's gonna challenge me again, right? I'm just like, okay, I need something chill, something that I can just sink a little bit of time into, and just can have fun with. Did you do the subway scene in Eevee? Yep, I did do it in Eevee. I mean, I didn't really. So, for portfolio reasons, I didn't really care about the real time or like offline. But I'm just at this point, I'm so used to doing everything real time that anything non real time just feels backwards to me. So whenever I have to sit down and like actually render out a frame, I've always hated that. So I'll try to avoid that. Just from like a personal perspective, right? I like how open this is though. But I was never really going for that kind of look. Well, wonder. I'm still thinking about like how I can include the city a little bit more without sacrificing too much. But what if I'm gonna try something? I want to see if that works. We kind of turn this into like a pool situation. Yeah, how are you doing, Elias? It's been a while, man. It's been a while. See. So and then... Okay. I actually don't mind it that much. I thought it was going to be worse than it currently looks, so that's already a good first result. Let's have a look. Something like this. Little body of water here. Oh. Stones didn't update. Oops. Hmm. I don't know what's happening with the stones. Load in. I think maybe... Nah, just screwed up. Okay, let's just ignore that. A little bit of mud near the edges. Well, it does mean that we'll have to make a water shader though. Ugh. I don't think we can avoid it. It looks so good. Okay. Thinking that maybe be nice as like a foreground element. Put this little wall. Oh yeah, I wanna throw a question back to you guys actually. been thinking about this for the streams that I'm doing. And I'm wondering how I can make it more interesting or interactive. I would love to hear some ideas if you all have, if you have one, right? It'd be awesome to hear some community ideas as well. Oh, you know what would be cool? Okay. Okay, let's see. If we... Oh, this is just a basic one. Okay. We do this one. So yeah, like any ideas are welcome, really. Like in terms of like maybe talking about like the latest updates from Unreal, or going through some really cool work on ArtStation, breaking it down, or maybe talking about like the latest games and how they do stuff. I don't know. Just thinking about like ideas like that. It could be interesting. Moss a little bit darker. Yeah. So what I'm probably gonna do now is I'm gonna see if I can add like some moss layering onto these rocks as well, because they kind of look a little bit too uniform. Would be cool to have that done as well. And I might be cheeky and look at just the shader that I have here. It's my vertex color blend shader. Okay. Make a material instance. Hello, Henrik. How are you doing? Welcome back. Does this have... Yeah, have a little bit of layering. How are those walls made? Individual rocks that I just stacked on top of each other. You can kinda see it. Just like individual pieces of rock that are kind of just stacked onto each other. Pink. Very straightforward. Like very simple approach, I would say. We can auto saves. Where did I copy it to? Oh yeah, just here. Okay. Let's see. Hello, Bridget. Nice to see you back. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? So we're gonna disable some of this first. Cool. We're gonna disable this layer as well. Oh, this is... Student, how was that made? Rocks. Just slam them together to hide all your issues. Oh, yeah. Of course. I mean, let's be honest. It's not only rocks. You can do that with anything. Go to a section of Cyberpunk and go in between houses or on the rooftops and you'll see what I mean. That's where the ugliness comes in. Ugliness that is in every game, by the way. It's just when the game allows you to jump on every place, yeah, you can't really hide the ugliness anymore. Let's see, Rocks Low Poly. That's the one that I used, right? Yeah. Oh, it's because... Oh, I have two, though. There we go. Okay, so that's the base color sorted. Tired? About stream topics. Talking about the latest games and how they could be made. Sounds like a really interesting idea. Oh, thank you so much, Bridget. I think that would be cool. Just to have a little bit more variation. Okay. And you're tired? How come? You're working a lot. Break vertex color. Let's do it. Then we'll probably need to adjust. I love how the volumetric spaz out whenever I do this stuff. So, and Maria, thank you so much for subscribing. Really appreciate that. Where's my tiling? Where is my tiling? This one still has tiling. I think I changed something in the main shader. Let's have a look. Our material function dirt. Moss. Oh, this uses the material UV tiling one. Probably don't want to have that. What's happening here? Static switch parameter, missing the... What? Where? Where? Take me to it. Eh? I mean, the latest thing that we adjusted was this guy, so... Oh. What? Didn't adjust that, though. This doesn't even need a world position offset either. Okay. Okay. Can we change the tiling on the moss now, please? I am gonna save because I'm scared. No! Yeah, forgot to uncheck 1. We can not tile yet. It's either because I was just dumb and I didn't give it the correct name. Yeah. I'm a dum-dum. Okay. That means that we should... Yes, there we go. Okay. Now we should just be able to slap that on water. Meshes as well. Oh. Oh, interesting. Guess I can do it here as well. Because these are fed into the blueprint, I can't just slap a new material on them. I need to do that in the actual base material. There's like a little extra step to make that look good then. That's that I'll grab all this. Assign them all those materials. And I'm gonna bake all the vertex colors for these guys. So that they all have masks. That's all of them? Yep. Mm-hmm. Frederick, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it. And now we have the one shader that controls them all. Ta-da. It's a little weird, huh? I mean, my mass controls, they don't really work that well, by the looks of it. Because if I want to invert the mask, I can really do it. Wait, also, like, why? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's still... What is happening? Oh, the PCGs. No. If that is what you're on about, right? Like the PCG system that they added in 5.2? I'm still on 5.1, so I don't have access to it. Wait, why is this... I don't want any dirt, though. Oh, custom primitive data. No. Nah, I think it's annoying to use. Find it very annoying, to be honest. It's powerful, but like I think in terms of UX, right? Like in terms of how you actually use it, it's pretty annoying. Okay, so the dirt is gone now, which is good. Yeah, it just adds like more fine control, right? On like an by actor basis, but I honestly don't really need that. Because with the system that I'm using now, I make like material presets, right? So I can use like do you mean like finding it in the AI? UI? Yeah. Pretty hidden. I think also well, last time I was looking at it, you couldn't really name it properly either, so that's also annoying too. And also, I find a material instancing system more comfortable to use. Especially in my case, right? Because if I need a new material instance, I can just slap it on there. And the thing is, I don't have like a whole library of material instances. I usually just have like 10 of them. So in my case, I have like presets for the amount of dirt, but they don't go as granular as like per asset. Right? Because I'm not using RGB masks, I'm using vertex color data to do the coloring for me. Or like to do the masking for me. So I want to invert this blend, but there's no way to do that. I think so. A little bit of stretching going on there. Don't mind it too much. It's not the best looking yet. I think we need to do like maybe just a Z up shader is going to be better for this. We'll see. Yeah, I probably want to do like a better pass on these guys. But they're all good for now. Gonna see if I can cheat. I think I tried this last time as well. Just to get the feel of some bushes in there. See. Have you used them much, Jay? The custom primitive data? It's in the way for a few. I'm happy that I made some of these meshes because they're so fun to play around with. Offset parameters, yeah! Yeah, maybe I need to have another look at them. Because like one of the reasons why I'm not using them here is because we're also using them in the studio project as well. We're also not using them in the studio project because, yeah, we want to make it as easy to use. And a lot of people probably don't even know that custom primitive data are a thing, especially if we're looking at like the normal consumer, right? So something we had to keep in mind. But yeah, maybe I'll need to look at it again. Oh great, this texture broke again. I don't honestly know what causes that, but ignore for now. Honestly, pretty happy with how this scene is turning out so far. The only things that I'm not liking is that the roads are pretty intense when it comes to their specularity. That's mostly because of the skylight. Like they take so much attention from you, right? So if we put this to 1, maybe that is better. But now I feel like the shadows are too dark. Probably, yeah. Especially if we're gonna look at some scenes like this. Yeah, this is gonna be tricky to balance. Something I was struggling with this scene as well. It's like, I like how this area reads. Maybe just a roughness value. Maybe just turned up too high. What am I looking for? No, not ray tracing. Yeah, the difference is quite stark though. Do I have roughness controls in here? Don't think I do. Functions. Roughness control. Oh, I need to plug it in. Because that's not going to do that much, huh? Then we'll also have to change that on the landscape too. So wait, what? Oh, there are different. Oh, whoops. I don't think I. Oh, no, I only use that mud on mud piles. Okay. Confusion. So let's do the same thing here. Let's actually just be lazy. Copy. Paste. There we go. Cleanup comes later. That's a future Tim problem. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, now we have some additional control. Okay, so is this still set to 3? Let's put it to 3 again. Go back. Let's massage it in a little bit. And then we'll have to do the same thing for the landscape as well. We don't have anything built into it here either. On the layer mud. This is gonna give me better control over like how the mud is gonna look like. Where are we? I think we could even... like pick the same values, right? Of course, RVTs are broken. Attach is broken as well. Everything's breaking! Ah! Just gonna do a quick restart. I think reopening the level might have worked as well, but we're here now. We actually have some examples here. Mud. Guess that's mud. Doesn't look shiny at all. Oh, lighting is so pretty. This is better though. I like this. Way better. Ooh, tasty. Gonna... Sure. Want to do a comparison. Yeah, this is what I mean, right? Like, this is way nicer. This is the current one. So the ground, it's still there. Like, you can still see that it's like mud, right? But it's not pulling as much attention to itself like it was doing here. Oh, there's one thing though. One thing that I forgot to make an accurate comparison. Oh. We go enable the console variables. Yeah, way better. I feel we could even try with this adjustment, like pushing up the lighting even more. Oh, it's set to 2. Okay, it was set to 2. Never mind. It's still gonna make a difference, but probably not as big. As big as I was expecting. Nah, it still feels better, like even in the thumbnails. I think bringing it back slightly probably be interesting. And this is how you tweak a scene. Just back and forth. Roads. Oh. No. This instead? Yeah. 0.09, and then we go into the landscape again. Oh, wait, let's experiment a little bit. If we make the landscape darker, well, it's gonna fuck up the blending though. Let's give it a try. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're keeping it the same. Shazar, hey, still alive? I'm still alive. I was sorry, I read that as still alive. I was like, yeah? Still here? My bike ride was going through your scene. Oh shit. Let's see. We kind of did change it back a little bit. So another picture. Yes, yes. A little bit more subtle. What happened with the shadows on my grass again? That's just me. Oh. I know what that might be. That is just all my little fog effects. Yeah, because we boosted it up tremendously. So Cesar, I was thinking about what you said with Houdini. I see a lot of VFX job ads. Is it worth doing some VFX in my dioramas to differentiate myself, help me get some work? No, unless you want to do VFX full time. Because you gotta look at it this way, right? Like a company is probably not gonna hire you just because you have like a couple of VFX on your portfolio. Unless they need like a dedicated VFX guy. But I think the benefit of you showcasing that you can do a little bit of VFX is not going to be that big of a benefit to a company that you apply to. In general, right? At least to me. No? As far as you want to go with Houdini in environment art is a spline tool. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the tools that we need on a day-to-day basis are not really necessary to learn Houdini for, right? Right, so just use it for procedural modeling, etc. in that regards to environment art. Yeah. Like, I agree with what Jay's saying as well. Like, if... It basically comes down to what I was saying before, right? If you don't want to do it full time, or if you don't want to become like a tech artist, which is going to be more than just doing Houdini, then doing it in the easiest way possible is probably going to be more helpful. Because, yeah, again, the stuff that you're going to be doing in Houdini, unless you're doing pretty advanced stuff, is more going to be like a little nice extra, right? So in that case, let me walk back my statement from before, because if you're doing some Houdini tools that help you as an environment artist, that could be actually really interesting to have on your portfolio. But I thought we were talking about like specific VFX, right? Like like you were saying, wind, water, magic, all that kind of stuff, that's not really that helpful to me. Gotcha, thanks. No worries. I mean, the thing is, like, anything extra can make you more unique, right? So I wouldn't necessarily say that doing anything extra is bad, right? It's always a plus if you do anything extra, I think. But in terms of where you should put your focus, it's probably not on the extras first, but rather than on the core skill set. Right? Because like if I'm looking at a portfolio, or if I'm looking at, let's say I'm a recruiter, right? And I'm looking at your portfolio, and the base skills are okay-ish, and you can do like a little bit of Houdini on top, or like you can do a lot of Houdini on top, then it's not going to be as appealing to me as if you can do like your core skill really good, and you can do like a little bit of Houdini on top, right? You can make some simple tools. Want to become a good environment artist, all you need is to make a well-composed small environment with good composition, lighting, and storytelling. Yeah. That's basically what it comes down to. Yeah, and I would even say, if you want to become like even more versatile and more appealing, make your focal point for the scene as like a unique prop. Right? That you're showing off that you can focus on high quality unique props, but also know all the modular workflows that are needed to become an environment artist. Like Jay is saying as well, right? High to low poly workflow, maybe a UV2 mask. I would say, yeah, UV2 mask potentially. I think you bring up the good core skills, right? Trim sheets, high to low poly workflows. Yeah. The hard part is not going crazy in the process. Yeah, I think you also don't need to combine them all into one piece, right? Like that's my approach. I just chop it up into like different things, right? Like make a high to low poly workflow, like make a high to low poly first. If you're beginning, right, and you already know a little bit of texturing, a little bit of modeling, make a high to low poly, like just a unique asset, just by itself, no diorama, nothing, and then build up from that point, and slowly expand your skill set. we're getting to a good stage with this. We're just having a look. This feels a little bit tight on the right here, so probably gonna screw that up a little bit. I forgot that you could do this. Select like the individual meshes. Just opening this space a little bit. Ah, shit. Forgetting to lock my cam. Also, always ask for advice. Jay's coming in with the hot tips today. Always ask for advice when starting out. Always ask advice of each stage of the process. Block out high poly, low poly texturing presentation. People not asking for enough advice is usually what slows down their development. Yeah. Agree. Unless you're like me, and I was like, I just want to do my own thing. I'm not going to ask for advice ever. Such a solitary guy. Like an art hermit. Even at uni. I'd always just like do my own thing, you know? Like just do more research on my own. Like not ask any questions. I mean, I do believe that did hurt me, by the way. Just want to make that clear. Should have done that differently. But hey, hindsight is 2020, right? I think right now what we need to do with this scene is focus a little bit on the lighting, but I'm probably not gonna... do... I'm trying to think on how to approach it, right? Because I've dialed in the lighting for this scene, and I'm happy with where this is. So I would... It would be cool if I could just click one button and it makes like a new preset. I can switch between the two. Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah. Where's the sun coming from? This direction. Okay. So we're gonna see. That last one is an interesting tip, Jay. I would say that there's two groups of people that you can ask feedback to. But I think to me it always comes down to giving people permission to be honest. Because if you just ask someone to give feedback on like a specific topic, let's say, hey, can you give me feedback on my lighting? But then if you say like, hey, you can be like really honest about your feedback. I want to know everything. Like that gives the other person on the other end like the permission to just be open and to be blunt about it too. Which can be very good if you are the sort of person that really thrives under that sort of feedback, right? Because I'll say this outright. If someone tells me to be like blunt and open about it, it also makes it like way easier for me to just be straight up with it, right? Because I'm not managing someone's potential feelings, right? Especially when if I'm doing it in like a live stream, right? What I'll do when I'll give feedback is I'll try to approach it in like the most common sense way as possible. But yeah, if you're reaching out to someone and you give them permission to be brutal, like yeah, do it. Then also like the whole how public it is also like a really good indication on how honest you allow people to be. Because a whole thing with like popular discords, right? And I know this firsthand, is when people were to ask me for feedback, let's say Whip Wednesday, right? Where I give feedback on a weekly basis. I'm always going to be more cautious about how I approach feedback compared to if someone were to reach out to me and say like, hey, I want feedback on this, but be as brutal or as honest as you want me to be, as you want to be. Completely different situation, right? Because one is more personal and the other one is more open to everyone. So yeah, keep that dynamic in mind. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, you bring up a very good point. But it is very personal when it comes to that, though. Why can't I select you? Hello? Is that a manually placed tree? No? Oh, because I didn't selected it in here. There we go. So I'm trying to open up like some of the forest to the left so that more light can pour into the scene. They're being very selecting with which trees I'm gonna remove. And also this little hill on the left is not really helping me out. Probably. Like a little bit of a hill, but yeah, I'm a part of a few popular discords where I ask for feedback. Nice. Make use of it. Thank you so much for all the good advice, by the way, Jay. Thanks for sharing all your thoughts, too. Always appreciate it, man. Yeah, now we're getting some sun pouring in. Love to see it. And now we're gonna do some light painting with trees. We're gonna see. Need a bigger tree than that. I learned not to ask for feedback from friends and family. They try not to hurt my feelings. Exactly. Oh, yeah. I think what I was mentioning too is that there's multiple groups, right? Is that this happens a lot, right? Where you have like the general feedback from like a community or social media or whatever, right? And then you have like a private feedback group where you get like the absolute truth. And you can like manage yourself in when do you need feedback from one group compared to the other, right? Yeah, but Andrea, the feedback from friends and family, yep. I mean, honestly, can be helpful, right? If you need like a mood booster and you're just like, Mom, what do you think of this? It's like, oh, it's awesome. It's like, yes, let's go. You can use it to your advantage too. Just need, if you need like a little pick me up, you know. Oh my god, the wood looks like it was bitten off by a kid with missing teeth. Oh my god. Savage. But like you said, you know, like it's everyone has their own way of giving and receiving feedback. I think it's all about what's wrong and guide in the direction of how to fix it. Yeah, but so there's like levels of complexity to giving feedback, right? There's also the real thing of you might know like everything that's wrong, but what is going to be the most important thing to say if you can only say 3 things? Right? Because I've seen this a lot and I've been through this myself as well, where people give you so much feedback that you're like, oh my god, like my work is shit. So sometimes the best thing you can do is actually stick to like 3 items, something like that. It doesn't have to be 3, it can be more, it can be less, but just sticking to like the thing that is either most fundamentally wrong or the thing that is going to be like the easiest to fix but has like the most impact, right? Because that's why I bring up someone's mental state in this as well, right? Because if you're dealing with a person that is like, you know, pretty low mood and they're like, I'm kind of getting sick and tired of this, you don't want to give them like a whole laundry list of things to improve, because then they're just going to quit, right? So it's not only about the art, it's also about the person who's making the art too. It's a tricky balance sometimes. Which is also why the point that you brought up, Jay, is actually super accurate, right? Where people will watch their words and they'll try to generally be very kind in like public discourse or something like that. Because you never know how the other person on the other end is going to take it. I love the conversation. I think, okay, so question for all of you in the chat. What is for you the most effective way of receiving feedback? Right, well, think about like a moment in time when you received like really good feedback and how that was formulated. My favorite tactic for handling people like that is using the sequence of the hamburger. Oh, you're saying it in such a polite way. Like, it's usually called a shit sandwich, right? Where you have something good, you start out with something good, then you give them the bad news, and then you give them the good news at the end. But, so this is interesting. I've been reading a book about this that had like a whole section on like this sort of tactic, right? Because a lot of people, especially once you've used it a couple of times, they know what kind of tactic it is, and then is gonna lose the effectiveness. But there's also research that has been done that there's, again, different people handle it differently, right? Where if you start out with something positive and you end on something negative, like they might have like a bigger boost to do something about it because the negative thing sticks for longer, right? And some people that are more vulnerable, like you probably want to approach it in like the opposite way, right? Where you kind of give them like, hey, this doesn't look good because of this and this, but you can actually solve it by doing this and this. Rather than doing like, hey, this is looking awesome, but I don't like what you did here, right? Like, super interesting. Like how to manage like people's expectations and how you kind of set that up. I'm gonna do a little bit of terrain carving here. Let's skip the epic music, please. Oh, more epic music, great. Okay, I have to skip this entire thing. Italian music? No! It's still in the playlist. I think we actually passed through it today. I think in an industry like this, you need to have thick skin because not everyone will have a gentle approach. Yeah. It is true. It is true. And also, there's not... A lot of the times, there's time pressure as well, right? And there's a lot of stress. And when tensions run high, people tend to kind of forget about like all the what is it? All the courtesies and all that stuff, right? Because the tensions are just running high. That stuff happens. It can happen. No, medieval music. Yeah, I know, but it's just the same thing over and over. Okay. Especially for you, Sarah. I'm going back. But I will say that you, as a person, you will get better over time with like accepting it. I think that the biggest realization is that the work is not you. Especially working in like a professional environment, right? Like after a time, you will realize this on like multiple fronts that you can't spend as much time onto it as you would in like a professional, like in personal work. So at a point, you're gonna be forced to let go, which is good, right? And I had to deal with this as well, like tons of times. And other times were more pleasant than other times, but it's you have to realize that your work is not who you are, right? Even though we put so much of ourselves into our work, like the work is a product of us. It's not us, right? So that's just like a part of like not getting defensive about it too, right? Definitely don't be mean about it though. That's where the lines need to be drawn. But getting feedback that you can take with you into life is always a plus. Yeah, I'm a firm believer that constructive feedback always works best, right? I think I've had some really bad feedback moments in my life and they've stuck with me, but not in like a good kind of way, right? In that moment, I was lucky that I was a person that could turn that negative energy into something positive. But what if you aren't that person? And I feel like you can't risk if you're in a position where you can give someone else feedback, to then become the person that potentially destroys someone's career just because of what you said, right? Or turns them to something different. And that doesn't mean that you can't be like justified or like straightforward in your feedback either, right? But you can give them options, and you make sure that it's constructive, and you make sure that they feel that you're on the same page, right? Or at least fighting for the same thing. I'll be honest, sometimes it gets very tricky, right? When I'm doing Whip Wednesday, I feel like sometimes the line gets pretty blurry, where I don't say enough positive stuff and I'm not making clear that I'm on the same page with their work as I want them to be with what I'm saying. That makes sense. Because yeah, sometimes it does get really tricky. I mean, I feel like it's always tricky, but sometimes, yeah, just more than others. Cesar, do you give these sort of critiques on Discord for portfolios, etc.? Yes, we were supposed to do a portfolio review this month, but I was on holiday, so it didn't happen this month. But we will have a session next month. And also every Wednesday, I give critiques on what people are working on from the community. So we have like 2 separate events where people can sign up to get critiques if they wanted to. Yeah, it's I think what I always try to think about is there were some people that gave some really good critiques and were really helpful in my early career, right? And I just want to bring that forward, right? Like just help other people in their career too. In the most constructive way possible. Can't wait for portfolio review. You've been so helpful in my journey getting mine ready. Awesome! Did you sign up already, Andrea? I don't know who's coming up. I'm kind of out of the loop with that because we didn't do like a session this month, so sorry about that. Hello? Why can't I select you, my guy? No? Don't know why I can't select this guy. Okay. Well, then I'm not adjusting you. No, I need to adjust you, please. It's so weird. So I can adjust this guy. Oh, sorry, I misread that. I thought you said I can't wait for my portfolio review. I'm hoping soon. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, let me take a quick peek. How many portfolio reviews are still up and running? Oh, we still have quite a lot. A lot of new people signed up. Never mind. I was about to say maybe we're at the end of the line. And then maybe there's an opportunity there, but... Don't know. I don't know why I can't select this guy though. This is kind of bothering me. Because I just want to move you down. Yes. Oh, there we go. I just had to bash the button like 1,000 times. Okay. Oh, and now I have to do it again for this guy? Yeah. Don't know what the hell's happening here. The fuck? Might be a good moment to save, huh? Because you know when Unreal starts acting weird. Don't want to do shit over again. It's the Italian song. Isn't it? Hello? Spotify? There we go. Bertoli! It was like an ad back in Belgium that had this exact same introduction as well. Okay, okay. Right. Okay. Some cool stuff is happening. I like it. RBTs are broken, but hey, that's nothing new if you watched these streams before, so we're just gonna casually ignore that. Gonna make this triangle section. Did it connect automatically? Oh, that's awesome. Honestly, didn't know that it did that. Right, and then I do want to make, I'll help myself, I do want to make like a little sneaky passage here as well. The reason behind this is because I'm thinking that it would be nice that the farmer can just like pop into town that way. Because after a couple of years, it's just too lazy going around, you know? Screw that. You're probably not gonna see any of this in the screenshot, but who cares? I'm having fun. Make this like a short corner. Paint. Whereabouts in the world are you, Andrea? If you don't mind me asking, because you're mentioning that the exchange rate is horrible. Am I correct in this? Oh, you probably wouldn't be. My gut feeling was Australia. Because whenever I hear people talking about like a bad exchange rate, it's always Australia. Tell me if my assumption is wrong. we have a couple of people from Australia in the server, and like they bring that up like constantly. You want Discord? I'll see for how long I can afford it. That's awesome. I mean, look, if you're just want feedback on your work, right, on like a weekly basis, the base tier is gonna help you out, and it's not that expensive, all in all, right? I feel, at least. I might be wrong. Depends on your situation, so. But welcome to the community. Thank you for joining. Let's see. Let's walk around a little bit. I want to explore this a little bit. First, save. Okay. Let's go full screen for this. Penny pincher. I know, I'm one too. Gotta watch out with some of the landscape transitions. You make a prettier fence than this one. I think that fence is good until it gets to here, and I think then we need like a bigger wooden beam fence or something like that. Be nice. Yeah, this river is gonna be interesting to make. I'm happy with what we did this stream, though. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna use my joystick drift for like a cinematic angle. Oh no, doesn't do it anymore. No. There we go. While I write some stuff down. What's I gonna write down? Oh yes, bushes. Wildflowers. River rocks. But that's more like optional for now, because we can't really get up too close, so don't mind it too much. It's looking amazing. Lighting especially is great. Yeah, thanks. Hi Puns! Welcome back, how are you doing? Let's see. Oh my god, the walking speed is so slow. I can't deal with that. I want to run from like one scene to the next. What do I need? What do I need? I need my character. Keep forgetting what it's called. These are all animations. Oh, good. Yeah, there we go. That's what I need. And we're just gonna go in here. select a third person character. Maximum walk speed. We have run speed as well. Okay. Let's run around a little bit. Doing the dishes. Hey, the man. How's your day going? Yeah, it's been going good. Started the day with doing taxes, so I guess dishes are better than taxes. Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. Pretty fast run. The only thing that I still need to fix, or like improve, is just like how dark some of the lighting is inside of the trees, right? Like that doesn't look great. So yeah, I'll need to fix that up. Then we got the entrance to the town. Which came out pretty nice. I'm happy about this. The only thing that I want to do here is I want to try add like a puddle decal here. Oh, well, and I need to finish these assets as well. Do you like stylized isometric environments? Yeah, I like anything that looks cool. And we have the inn. Yeah, the town is getting pretty dense, so you can probably tell by the frame rate as well. Let's actually put that on as well. You have auto exposure on? Yeah, I do, but that's not gonna fix it. Because that will blow out all the values. So it wouldn't only make the darker ones lighter, right? It's gonna adjust the entire spectrum. So if you're standing in like a scene that is pretty well lit, and then you're looking at a dark area, it's not really gonna solve that, so I need to solve that in another way. But I think it's something to do with the lighting on the trees, I think. I need to see if we can tweak that. Or like tweak the AO or something like that. Are you done with the environment or have more things to add on? Oh no, I'm not nearly done. I'm gonna keep on working for this probably for like another year or so. I'm having too much fun to stop now. I have like a couple of other scenes that I still want to make. But I'm currently going more towards something that could be finalized. So I want to make a little sequence. So a sequence that goes from like this shot to then the entrance to the city to then like the town inn, you know, just telling a story a little bit. And I'm kind of imagining that I'm the traveler in this case. And yeah, sort of going over my travels, right? So I'm going on a pilgrimage and I walk past like a little farm on the way to town. And then we have like the town entrance and then like the town center. I might do one before this where we're actually just walking in the woods and there's like some interesting stuff happening there. So that, yeah, we kind of have a transition between these. Black Panther, how do you make player interaction with the ground? What kind of interaction do you mean? Like mud coming up and all that kind of stuff, or footprints? Because footprints are decals that get spawned under your feet whenever you walk on something, depending on the surface. For snow, it will actually like deform the surface. And for those footsteps, like mud splashes and all that stuff, that's like a VFX, that's like a particle effect that gets spawned in the same place as a decal, probably. It's playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. Oh man, I was looking at the environment, it was stunning. They have used P3 for the foliage, and I think they used some 3D scans too. Yeah, pretty common to, because, I mean, there's not that many good programs out there to make good trees with, right? So oh, there's actually another thing. I've been looking at an asset pack from Big Medium Small. And they sell like a bunch of knights and like medieval villagers and all that stuff, and I'm thinking that it might be cool to integrate them in the scene, and that we have like some characters in it as well. That would be awesome. Yeah, like footprints in mud. Yeah, like it's basically what I just said, right? It's decals and particle effects that will take care of that for the most part. Whee! 20 FPS, let's go. Skylight intensity? No, that's gonna have the same effect. It's gonna blow out the entire scene as well. Because that's what I was playing around with before. So yeah, if you were running around at the scene like I'm doing, right? Then auto exposure could work. But what I'm focused on is where you have like a tree patch in the distance, and that looks way too dark compared to the rest of the scene. So it's something specific to how dark it makes the foliage look. It's like over here it's not too bad, but there's like just like certain patches. Speedrun at the beginning is so overwhelming, but once you get used to it, it's strong, powerful, and quick to do the job. Yeah! I think the interesting thing with speedtree is that once you get it set up to generate a tree, like, it's super easy to generate like multiple variations. I used to do foliage for a full-time job as well. I used to do that for, I think, 6 months or a year or something like that on Planet 2. Full-time speedtree, baby! Yeah, it's just like this kind of shading is just ugh. So for the most part, it actually works really well, but yeah. Immersion! Baby is sleeping under the desk. Virtual shadow map page pool overflow. Oh, okay. Never seen that one before. Tell me about it. Did you enjoy the job? Not really. It was too niche for what I was doing. And I never wanted to make only foliage. I always wanted to make more stuff than just foliage. So yeah, it wasn't a thing that I particularly enjoyed. But they were kind of limited. They were kind of limited in the amount of people that had an interest in speedtree. So if we go back to my portfolio, right? The reason why they were interested in my work is because when I was working at Frontier Developments, I released this piece, and they were like, "Oh, so you've learned SpeedTree, huh? This is interesting." And I think a month or like a month and a half after, I was doing foliage full time. Because yeah, they really needed someone to do foliage, but it was just not my thing. I'm struggling with trees. Oh, that sucks. There's probably like a bunch of good tutorials on SpeedTree though, Black Panther. Trees are really difficult though, so don't underestimate them, and because it takes a lot of time to make good looking trees. I wouldn't say that my trees are the best looking either. Like, they still need like a lot of love and a lot of work. Yeah. Does an environment artist need to know foliage? Not necessarily. Like, usually a foliage artist position is very specific. So they will have like separate openings specifically for people that want to do foliage art. Sometimes it's kind of bundled in with just like biomes or like nature artist, right? So that you're not only doing foliage, but also like sculpting rocks, maybe doing a little bit of terrain work, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Foliage artists are pretty common. Yeah, I think making foliage, especially in SpeedTree, like all you're doing the entire day, well, apart from like baking down textures, like textures on sheets, but once you've done the textures on the sheets, you have like your texture atlas and you're just working in SpeedTree. SpeedTree is just purely sliders. So to me, nah, was not really that exciting. So at times when you try to do something perfect, especially in foliage, it gets quite challenging. Perfect is the enemy of good. So don't ever try to do anything perfect, because yeah, you're gonna be stuck on a lot of things. That would be like, nothing in my environment is perfect either. Right? But it's serviceable because it's servicing like the bigger scope of things. Like I can look at anything in my scene and think about like a bunch of improvements that I want to do on it. But it's about the improvements that have a bigger impact on the larger thing, rather than the improvements that are not really going to be relevant to that individual prop. At least for me, right? If you're making like a hard surface like weapon, those priorities and how perfect something needs to look is going to be completely different comparatively. Don't want to add too much here. I think the only thing that I want to do is probably we want to make a couple more fences. Oh, Andrea, to elaborate on your question a little bit, like, does an environment artist need to know foliage? Like, the main reason why I wanted to do foliage was because I always had to focus on making environments myself, right? I want to be able to make all the aspects of an environment. So to me, it was more in service of that goal rather than any specific career move. Couple of these things always. quite a lot. Maybe a couple more rock boys here too. It's all about putting in the little details. Let's see. Should put a cart in like a little bit of mud. Got a mud pile here. That makes sense. It's like wanting to make your own textures without being a texture artist. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yep. I believe foliage is mandatory for the environment artist. No, it's not. It depends on what you want to do, right? Like if your goal is to get into the industry, right? As like a professional artist, like foliage on your portfolio is not mandatory. Like it is mandatory in the sense of like if you want to make something like an environment, right? Like any environment, you're gonna have to have nature. Because the contrast between man-made and nature always looks good. Plus, like, I mean, we're still surrounded by nature anyway. So for environments, it is quite necessary to have nature, but for an environment artist, it's not necessary. That makes sense. I think you're getting to the same point, right? Because you say I don't know how nature looks without. I think you meant it the other way. I don't know how an environment looks without nature, and I do agree on that. I feel like even like something alien, right? You're gonna have to have like plants and all that stuff, but that doesn't mean that it's necessary for an environment artist as your job, right? I know a lot of people that I worked with that I've never even touched any bit of foliage. Currently, I make environments randomly with the idea that comes in my mind. So is it important to make a concept first and then work on the real environment? Yes, it is. It is super important. And if you're starting out, I would even say don't even bother making your own concepts. Work from someone else's. Because there's already so much depth in the concept. And it's basically going to be like an entire... It's basically like an entire focus, like... Not focus point, but... a different skill set, right? So what a concept provides for us environment artists is a goal. Like it gives us something to work on. It gives us something to focus on and to break down into a plan, and so that we can take steps towards that goal. If we don't have a goal, then we're just gonna keep setting steps randomly, and we don't know where it's gonna end. We don't know how far we're gonna go. We don't know how many steps are left, and that eventually leads to not finishing the environment or burnout, right? So it can be really, really frustrating. Can you imagine breaking down a material artist and how many individual professions come out of it? Well, talking about that, I actually did do that. I've written an article about it. So if you're interested in that, feel free to check out that link. But there is a difference between what I did here and what companies are looking for. Because man, if you look at companies, like I've seen, so some of the weirdest examples that I've seen, one of them is they were looking for a bunker artist, someone that could specifically build bunkers for Horizon Forbidden West, I think the second one. They were looking just for a person that could make bunkers. That's so specific and so niche. Because it's basically, you're basically making structures, right? Which is relatively common. Like you have building artists, I guess, or whatever you want to call them. Like people that specify making like bigger buildings. But this one was so niche that, yeah, it's a specific thing that came up. What? Sorry. This guy, I don't think we need that one anymore. Thank you for sharing the link. No worries. Maybe we can put it here somewhere, like on the top of the road. Feels too forced. I'm gonna leave it at this. Yeah. Feeling good about this one. I really do. Maybe a couple more. That's a huge tree. Jeez. I remember the first video of this environment and looking at it now, just amazing journey, Tim. I learned so much things from this. That's awesome. I mean, you and me both. Like the amount of stuff that I learned when making this environment, like, kind of crazy, you know? Let's see. It's kind of in the middle of the way, but it obscures the wall a little bit. I kind of like that. Maybe... kind of feels a little bit forced. Maybe just a small one next to it. Yeah, we've come a long way, huh? Let's actually see. Oh god, this is not even the first folder. I have 3 projects folders for this guy now. Let's see. Wait, no, this is... when did I start streaming this? When did I start streaming this? What was the first video? I don't even remember. When did I... Let's have a look. Live. Scroll all the way back. Oh god, I was just doing... What was I doing? Making some blueprints. In the old level still, I think. Oh my god. Yeah. First videos were... Oh, yeah. We were working on the watermill. That's right. That's right. Where are we at? Do I even have... Yeah. Yeah, this stuff, right? The watermill area. Yeah, I remember it now. Yes. Your videos are always helpful. Thank you for putting your time and energy into it. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting me as well. Always appreciate it. I do want to go back to the watermill area though. Like I still have it, right? Would be cool. It's gonna be part of a series, right? So we're probably gonna go back to it at a certain point and push it up to like a level like this as well. Okay, what else do we have? Oh yeah, I wanted to... EDDLE! Hello! I'm doing good, thank you so much. How are you doing? Small trees. So from this point until this point. It's obscuring it too much again. I haven't used Houdini, no. The closest that I'm coming to Houdini is geometry nodes in Blender. And talking about geometry nodes, ETDLE, did you use P-Tree for the foliage and trees? No, I made my own geometry node setup for it. So, yeah, I kind of went a little bit overboard and I basically made my own P-Tree clone. Very limited, very bare bones. I don't want to hype it up. Yeah, I kind of went a little bit crazy with it. Foliage. Let's see. I want to open this space a little bit up. Just to give a hint of the city in the back, right? I don't want it to be... fields. Yeah, I'm gonna see... him, the tech artist, yeah. No. Let's see. Where is it? That's it. Oak tree. Oh, it's gonna open a new Blender? Okay. You do whatever you want, Blender. Tech art Tim! Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, I think what would be cool is having fog sheets. Kind of help to separate like some volumes in the scene. I think that could be pretty interesting. Actually gonna see. I'm just naming random stuff for like future Tim to take care of, basically. What am I gonna do? So what? Let's see. Is this the right one? Oh, but there was there was a whole bunch of stuff broken in it too, so. Let's see. What are all these other things? Don't need that. It's a script. Oak tree bake. Sorry, I'm just checking if I have the right collection. Because I have this file as well. So I don't think this is it. Oh, here we go. That looks better. Yeah, so, okay. Where are we at? No, don't want to be in edit mode. Let's see. Which ones are... Some of this stuff has been collapsed already. So yeah, this is basically the setup that I've made. Oh my god, the chaos in here. Looks pretty clean now, but oh my god. Yeah, so basically I set this whole thing up myself. That's how I created like all the trees. Comes with like a whole bunch of adjustments. Yeah. That's also why I was setting up like this thing so that I can actually make sense of all of it. But it's pretty janky though. It gives some good effects, you know, and then, or you want to see a hacky way of doing this. Really cool stuff. How did you manage the lot creation for those trees? The node setup allows you to handle that? No, I didn't even get to lots with this guy yet. But I'm assuming that it would be pretty doable. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head how I would approach that, but I could probably just branch it off and like decimate it or something like that. But bye Jay! But yeah, you can see here like it doesn't support like multiple branches. So what I do is I just smash like multiple trees inside of each other to make like a collection of them. It works, right? Just bash them together. Or just use the LOD system from Unreal Engine. Yep, exactly. What is lots? Level of detail. So it's every mesh, every asset in a game contains multiple levels of lower density geometry, and the distance of it depends on the distance on how far you're away from it. It will actually load in a specific LOD, like a level of detail. So LOD 0 is your highest density asset, and LOD 5 generally is your lowest density asset. So if it's something that's like far away in the distance, it's going to load in LOD 5, and as you come closer to it, then it's going to load in 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 until you're really close to it. So that's like LOD system. Oh, it's super common. Like every game has been using it for like 20 years. So yeah, it's a very, very common tactic. Can I show the setup? I mean, yeah, I could. Let's see. Where's one of my trees? So this is the setup for the main trunk. It then generates a trunk based on the spline if we go in here. So this is like a separate section. See, turns a couple of curves to meshes. Then it adds leaves to the trunk if I wanted to do it. Two variations of leaves as well. Basically the same setup. And then branches, so like the first layer of branches based on splines again. And then the second layer of branches. And then using those previous splines, I then also generate leaves on top of those splines as well. As you can tell, this is going to be like generating something is really, really intensive. It takes a little bit to generate a tree. So it's definitely not the best way to set it up. But yeah, I've introduced systems like vertex color so that it actually vertex colors the whole tree from top to bottom, which is pretty cool, so that I can kind of use that for like swaying wind. And then it UVs it, but it does a pretty shit job at it. So usually what I'll do is I'll have to go in manual afterwards, or like at least tweak it a little bit. Yeah, it does the job. Yeah, it was interesting. Like I was just like, I just kind of wanna make this myself, you know. Even though it cost me like way too much time, but it was fun regardless. I still want to do some tweaks to it though. Would be cool to come back to it at a certain point. Okay, we're gonna take a screenshot of this guy. Okay. I think honestly this is a good moment to kind of wrap it up here. It's already 6, so I've been streaming for 5 hours. Jesus, long stream today. But I think this was awesome. We ended up with like a really cool scene in the end. There's a couple of tweaks that I want to do here and there, like a couple of details, you know. I think we can especially like reload the level to get the RVTs working well and do some better blending here. Maybe add some more interesting stuff and tweak this area specifically. But yeah, I like the result though. Not too bad for a stream, you know. I feel like we made like a lot of progress in this one. But that's gonna be it for the stream today. So thanks for checking it out. If you're curious, follow the next stream on next Friday, or also check out Whip Wednesday every Wednesday in the evening. So yeah, you'll probably see me Probably the earliest that you'll see me is probably next Wednesday again for some community feedback. And if you're interested in joining the community yourself, head on over to beyondextent.com, where you can find like everything you need to become a member of our awesome community yourself, if you wanted to. I'm gonna share the link with all of you. Here you go. Once again, thank you, Tim. This looks amazing. Bye-bye. Thanks, Vivek. Oh, Dai. Welcome in. I was just rounding up. Did you model all the houses too? Yes. Everything you see here is made by myself. No exceptions. All the textures, all the models, all the trees, everything. Yeah. Thanks for popping in the last minute. And I'll speak to you next time. Stay creative. Bye-bye.